Oh, that's awesome. I like that gif of like space and traveling through the Bifrost or whatever that is. Well, I reckon we could start with a recap. If anyone is interested in acquiring sweet, sweet inspiration. There was some walloping. Yeah. It was amazing that you guys went specifically to the doors with enemies behind them. Like, all right, countdown. Yeah, you had just completed fighting off the Draconians. Yeah, you guys have cleared out a couple rooms to the south, found a Kinder vampire, your friend Justinius having a stressed time, and he went to guard your back / try not to die of a heart attack. Kinder. Certainly don't want that. Hooray! Welcome, Commodore. He doesn't mean that. He's happy to see you. If you insist. Pretty sure that's how the AIDS pandemic started, but tread carefully. Wasn't there a conspiracy theory that AIDS was injected into the U.S. on purpose? The CIA trying to poison/eliminate minorities. Touche. What is Rule 34? Oh, that's funny. What? That doesn't make any sense. That can't be the entire premise. It's not just, I don't know. I guess maybe I shouldn't ask further questions. Not, I mean, it's out of curiosity. Like, I'm not attracted to fax machines. So my question was, is like, is it just porn that is centered around a fax machine as like a MacGuffin? Like, I need to make some faxes. It's broken. Let me see if I can fix that for you. You know, or like, is the fax machine the subject of affection? Which is just kind of weird. But I know people like to bang cars and stuff. I don't know. Oh, hey, what's the Torfu's gift here? Oh, my lord. We could really use a third. Oh, everyone's gone home for the evening. You thinking what I'm thinking? What this world has become. Well, for the good Commodore, recap was pretty quick, as the party has mostly been dealing with combat in close quarters and eliminating Draconians. Was mention of a secret room found, a room nearby. There's currently the group stands in the war room with a bunch of papers and stuff. And if you need a goal rolled, one or more, let me know before I close the document forever. Goodbye and welcome back. Can you hear us okay, sir? I believe I heard a no. What was that, sorry? Yeah. Oh, there we go. What is actually dead? Technical difficulties abound. Tell Johnson to get off the fax machine. We're trying to do some work here. Messing up the network. Discord is having a meal right now. So you can hear us all right, but speaking is not as easy. Oh yeah, the old dial-up days. Get off the phone. For me, like in those days, I used to download a lot of stuff, so it was always annoying. Like if somebody picks up the phone, it interrupts the download. Like, damn it, been waiting all day for that. I don't want to start over. Yeah. Spectrum Special Internet. We have Astound here, which, well, it's now Astound. It used to be Wave. I think they just rebranded because everyone hated Wave, but they still have the same, like, monopoly style practices and overcharging. Doing what? Really? If you've arrived late, our chat has devolved after our recap into strangeness. Indeed. I personally prefer a bonus action for potions. That's what it's all about. That I would require a full action. Yeah, a suppository is a full action, definitely. It's a start, I suppose. Stop clowning around. Ah, lucky for you, I've not closed the document. Indeed. Yeah, that was pretty much what was accomplished at the end of last session. Is everybody kind of healing up? There hasn't been exploration as of yet. Maybe. You are all welcome to investigate the war room, and I won't require a roll. Very easily, you can see on this table are, among other battle plans, you'll see some sketches of different army units and lines drawn, kind of like watching a football play recap. There are also rough sketches of Calaman's leadership. Marshal Vendry's there, Darrett's there, each one of you is there. Yep. Eliminated. Sure. Certainly. Please and thank you. Yep. You don't see anything that looks like reports of captives or anything like that. It looks like this is strictly focused on the war effort with an aside for, of course, special targets. Here in that little room is a study. There's a desk with one of its legs missing and been propped up with chunks of rubble. You are welcome to reinvestigate that room. And Lucifer, you were having investigation check in the war room. Well, there aren't a lot of words on the parchments, but as you're shuffling through the papers, you do find a small key. You are confronted with a locked door. You know from previous experience that doors are immune to psychic damage and poison damage. That's your prerogative, sir. Um, if you would like to investigate, you may. Also goes for Jacques and Lucifer down in the study there. Investigation. You did. Don't apologize to me. Augustine is going ham on the door there. Yeah, the garrison, the most thing of interest might be, depending on your state of hunger, there are some unfinished meals in there, but it's mostly just the bunk beds and yeah. Yes, sir. Right, yeah. Meals in air quotes. All right. So, you are able to damage it. It is pretty thick and ancient, but you can peer through. Click, click. Your key works. You see what appears to be an empty cell. It looks like there's a little bed alcoves. All right. They look more like bedroom domiciles, as if they were living quarters at one point. But as our good friend Lucifer goes down the line, he finds absolutely nothing. Jacques, however, has found the top drawer of the desk has some reports on troops and supply lines. You see some numbers scratched hastily. Again, the lack of draconic language doesn't allow you to get detailed on that. And you see some notes detailing the surface of the flying island as well. But find a rolled up scroll. If you'd like to make an arcana check, you might be able to discern what that scroll does. So you conclude. How's your hunger doing? It's the cleanest scroll, safest to eat. Yeah, it's definitely something special, but perhaps that is why you can't discern it. It's definitely arcane, outside of a divine application. So, kidoki. Those stairs go up. There's also south of one Dulcinea, an unopened door. To the west of Jacques, there is, he's already moved into the library room. You are welcome to apply your investigation there. Augustine is just hanging out, and this would be a new one. And Augustine, you're just hanging out in the empty cell there, catching your breath. Oh yes, eventually. Well, because pieces crumble, and then it's easier to keep breaking it down thereafter. I see what you're doing there, and technically, yes, you did. Well played. Now I understand why you were so insistent that you not use the key brought over by Lucifer. I'm doing something. So the first action that happened in the entire campaign was Ray charging a draconian and getting stabbed nearly to death. That's how it all started. Mr. Jacques has found another scroll. This one is different. It is not verbatim a copy of the other. You may be able to use your arcana to discern this one. It might make more sense. You probably want to have a friend look at the other. Holy crap. So, where in your life have you held, perhaps even used, a spell scroll of Arcane Eye? So it wasn't used for like during peacetime, of course. Nothing important, just like they better not be sleeping on the job. That's how you get ants. I was thinking about that earlier today. I don't know why. Oh, because there was sugar. There was sugar I found like on the counter, and I was like, uh, oh, oh, carnitas. Yeah, I was like a Karen taco. That's vulgar, but I guess it's a step up from the fax machine. Oh, pity. Yeah, quite a while. All right. You are welcome, good Commodore, to make an arcane check at your leisure to discern the contents of that scroll. Everybody's gathered up now above a door yet to be opened. Ooh. That's the priest job. I'm sorry, you guys got me started on like guidance. You are welcome to add a d4 to your arcane check, good Commodore Abbott. My goodness. Looks like you could use some healing there, young'un. Sounds uncomfortable, but only for a moment if it's healing. That would be cool. A monk who, like an arcane monk, cast touch spells with a vengeance. What? Everyone's standing around Abbott waiting for his arcana check. What's on the scroll? Yes, that is a question as well. Read it. Hey, all right. There you are. Yes. Very nice. Abbott is typing. And that was, if you missed, a scroll of polymorph. Ah, okay. Welcome back to the game. Yeah, about that. So Lucifer will be able to make out that it details more about the surface of this flying rock than actually what is going on down below in the siege of Calaman. So there are indeed outside of the doors of the citadel, with enough real estate, there are more camps and the like. Polymorph has concentration up to an hour. Regular polymorph, not mass or true. Unwilling creature gets a wisdom save, but you can choose not to save against it. Being a draconian is hard. Have you thought about being a rat? Oh no. That, for this door, will be unnecessary, as it will swing open to reveal a small storeroom. There's bits of rubble and pottery, a couple of broken stone gargoyles. There's a very nice painting of a sunset over a city skyline, and there's a bronze bust of a man wearing a hat with an excessive number of feathers. The hat is part of the bust. It's not a hat on the bust. Busted, busted. Busted makes me feel good. For those of you who are Ghostbuster fans. Yeah, so that bronze bust could be worth a hefty fee. Very shiny, and it's just a head. Yeah, yeah, and a hat, head and a hat. What's that? Sorry. No, no, it does not. You could carry it like a football under one arm. Dulcinea had wanted to check out the statue, or is he giving up on that? So I am going to hope he was having some technical difficulties before you returned. Hey, all right. Welcome back. Hooray. Abbott is typing more. Yeah. Lag time accounted for. Indeed. Much interference. Your far gab won't work either. Didn't bring one. Everyone's got an extraordinary crasher, but no far gab. Well, I guess that's, yeah, you're either going to succeed or not, and that'll be apparent to those below with enough time. We will not ignore you, Commodore, but I agree. Hopefully next week it works better, but hopefully it works better today as well. So what is the verdict, good friends? Yes, indeed. Stairs go up. All right. And is it Augustine leading the charge up the stairs? Okay, I'm gonna. What in the actual fuck? Stop. No, you're fine. It was stupidness with the buttons in Roll20. So the walls on your eastern side are quite crumbled. There are places throughout where you can kind of peek through and see into the large chamber beyond. directly in front of you is a woman wearing Calaman armor. She's kind of pacing. Looks like she's deep in thought. And immediately, when Augustine and crew crest the top of the stairs, she excitedly points and in a kind of a loud whisper says, "It's you. You'll do. You can be helpful. Come on." She goes, charging up. Scooch. She did. She went all the way up the stairs. She was. Wearing some Calaman armor. There is, in fact, a creepy guy. You can see as you're going by, again, the vibrant purple that you have become familiar with, but it completely bathes this place in that eerie light. Those skeletal soldiers do not act when you enter. Abbott is transfixed by the massive brazier, 10 feet tall, 30 feet across, roiling with the violet flames. And of course, the figure in blackened armor atop a scaffold that rounds the brazier, bearing a pike with a fluttering tattered cloth. Zip, zip, zip. So inside this room, it is dilapidated, clearly once a shrine. The walls are covered in carvings of robed figures gathered beneath a large black moon. There are lit black candles and melted wax, pretty even intervals. Pretty basic doors to the stairwell so that you just came up, and then another one matches it on the eastern side. Anybody is welcome to make a religion check if they desire. Discern more about your surroundings. Dulcinea, are you in the room, or are you still way down the hallway there? Bloop. All right, because Lucifer definitely and Abbott both have distinctly stopped without going up the stairs. So I just wanted to make sure. The figure looks at everyone, has a very wicked smile. It's good to see you again. Truce. And she holds up her hands. Well, of course, it was in a different form I was forced to keep. And since none of you allowed me to take yours, I was forced to eventually take this one. She says, "Fear not. You are more use of me here, your cognitive senses. And I think we might be able to help each other." You can trust me. If we make a deal, I will stick with it. Nothing if not true to my word. Soth, he is the problem here. He's fantastically powerful. I cannot face him. I wouldn't want to try to challenge him, even a group as astute as the heroes of Vogler. And she says that with a little bit of sarcasm. I think Soth's alliance with this dragon army is a folly. He wants revenge against the Knights of Solamnia, but they are focused on conquest. I, on the other hand, well, all I want, and she gestures to the walls around her, is the Citadel. And I promise to leave Calaman unscathed if you agree to help me take it. I I have my own plans and ambitions, of course, but I've no interest in simple things. The city, the plight between the dragon army, battles of the gods, it's all outside. Long have I been stuck. Now that I'm free, there's a world that has changed out there that I wish to see. Well, I'd like to be well defended and have a little bit of diplomatic clout at my disposal. I mean, of course, you are welcome to try to take on Soth. Why, he's sitting up in his throne right now. I've heard whispers of things. There was another spirit here, and well, she wasn't interested in making an accord with me. Well, she did mention a hidden treasure trove that might hold a mirror. She kind of looks at you guys. Yes, so you're aware. Well, you won't find it up here. Alas, I have looked. I've tried to stay out of the view. Of course, worst in Kern. And she points diagonally, kind of toward the corner. You think she's probably pointing out to creepy guy, gal, out by the fire. She is quite devout. She would certainly take me down if she saw me here, if she heard us plotting. And your faces are well known to all of the anyone you'll find in this citadel. You can expect Kern to be a roadblock. But as I said, I have snuck around here. There's no trove here, no mirror on this level. Must be hidden below. Alas, no. While Soth's throne is elevated, she gestures toward the door. Beyond the door there, the stairs that lead up, will curve around to his level, but there's really not much to be seen that way. Well, if you can distract Soth or otherwise take him out, why, I only require the helm. And, true to my word, I will leave this place. Yes. Only for the time being. Well, I don't know where the treasure is, but I know where Soth is. I can certainly help with a distraction. And I've no use for this body if I can find a better one. His throne overlooks the cataclysmic flame. Oh yeah, and that one was built into the ceiling. Lidara referred to one you would not believe it to be permanently affixed into a tomb, if you will. It is another. There was something about that place, but you guys were eager to get away from it. It was very suspicious. Lingering magical aura. They look ready to fight, but they appear to be under Caradoc's command. They look very ready for a fight. Their skeletal hands continually grasping swords, but they've yet to actually make any action toward you. I can give this one back if you like. She's still in here somewhere. It depends on what you leave behind for me. There are other bodies. Her face kind of grimaces. I'd rather not. I like the feeling of flesh, but in a pinch, I suppose it'd do. Oh, haha, your friend. Yes, well, that young knight. He is a toy, if he still lives. She smiles wickedly. Can I have you please make a perception check? I mean only Jacques, because Augustine isn't facing her anymore. Whoa. So you see her eyes dart toward this door over here and flicker back. She tried to hide it. She tried not to give it away, but you caught it. Two guys and a gal. He did promise that she's still in there somewhere. Mm-hmm. I've nothing to gain by betraying you here. You know who I am, what I'm capable of. I've no quarrel with you. I believe we share a common enemy, and as they say, enemy of my enemy. And she smiles. Well, if you have me accompany you and aid in the distraction of Soth, have you use for this citadel? Do you want it to go crashing down into your fair city below? I doubt it. Well, the clock is ticking, isn't it? Be warned, friends. If you are detected here, you won't have time for an ambush or distraction. But as you will, I'm sure you know best. After all, I'm just a betrayer, untrustworthy. Well, if you wish to confer with your friends, see, they were too afraid to join us in our discussion here. He gestures toward the stairs outside where your friends did not follow up. Or she, rather, sorry. He, she. He's both right now. They are both right now. He, she, it, they. That is a large brazier. There are... It is not. It is about 10 feet tall, 30 feet across, the cataclysmic flames churning therein. There's an iron scaffold that's surrounding it, uneven stairs up to a platform that surrounds the lip of it. That is where the figure in black armor stands. There are also 4 supports that are crowned by the blazing flames. You'll see those on the corners. Yes, they are helping to hold the scaffold aloft. Yeah, Josh spoke there, but it was very distant and quiet. I already have everybody cranked up to max, so... And while he is typing, is Lucifer just biding his time, waiting, keeping an eye out? Is there anything specific he is doing or contemplating? Okay. Maybe I can't hear as well as I thought, he says. Bellephane? He got rocked by you guys. Where an oath of vengeance was fulfilled. And typey question has been leveled from Dulcinea to Commodore Abbott. Oh, very. Just like the purple tinge that marks the eyes of dragons that fell from the sky. Of course, the very form of them falling from the sky into the city where you first started dealing with these friends of yours after the funeral was the same color as well. They may have had time to tell you that the cataclysmic flame was stolen from below Calaman in the crypts down below. Where Lord Soth. Yes. Caradoc, meanwhile, in his lady form, just drumming their fingers together expectantly. Will we have an accord, Knight of Solamnia? Shall we put any past transgressions against each other aside and face a common foe? Not at all. Perhaps you need some kind of gesture or time to receive my sincerity. Perhaps I've time to prove myself yet. You want to roll a persuasion on that, sir? I can see you probably want your fair maiden back. You lot do seem to put too much significance into the lives of individuals. I would consider it, possibly, if it meant your word in a truce and temporary alliance. That seems, perhaps, a fair bargain. For the meantime, I can't say I'm very well attached to this form. If she doesn't resist, she's much more aware of my presence now than before. And you lot, of course, prove to be quite formidable of spirit. I don't know that I want to try taking over your forms again. Although, if desperate, and you intend to seek this rumored mirror? Very well. Perhaps then we might meet here. Bring the mirror here, and I shall return to you, your soldier, and we will have an accord. Before you return here with the mirror? Hmm. Hmm. Very clever, knights. Very well. You shall have her. You see the woman's eyes roll up in her head. You see an actual energy transference form from the soldier to the skeletal knight, and the lady's form crumples before you. Can you please post for me the semantics of your banishment spell while I make a save here? She is breathing, but unconscious. Oh, charisma. Okay, so um I would say he's native here. Yeah. No. You have a priest down below. Perhaps you should discuss with them. You bastards! The voice fades. The energy dissipates into the ceiling above you. The two knights who are next to you immediately move forward and attack. And they will get a strike upon thee before initiative. Just one. So each of you will taste an enervating blade. First one is for Augustine. Second one is for Jacques. And then we can have initiative. And let me clear this list. What's that, sorry? Yeah, they're not bad. Oh, I see. Dulcinea was adding a new initiative. I'm sorry. Oh, as was Augustine. I thought that was left over from the last one. Let me add you guys back in there. Uno. Y dos. No, you're good. You're far away, so. The guy in the northwest is the one that hit Augustine. I have not yet been able to catch up on that. I caught the beginning. Let's see. Oh, as far as, yes. Observed. Mm-hmm. Demolin, yes. Oh, that would have been Lidara. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the elven, the living one that you met in Anyari. All right, so to confirm here, we have you guys have taken your necrotic damage, and there was a whiplash, telekinetic reprisal. I need a strength save from one of these good knights. He will gladly eat your 3 points of force damage. Will shudder at the strike of his blade. And it's the same sword that Lucifer has. BT dubs. Lucifer picked up one of those blades downstairs. And Jacques, are you still holding the lady with one of your arms, or are you letting her go while you're being struck? But are remaining to hold the lady aloft? Okay. I will not yet reveal her name because she can't tell that to you, but she's no longer Caradoc. Well, the top of the order is one Lucifer, and you have heard echo down the stairs. There was really harsh whispers, hard to make out, but you can't mistake the sounds of blades striking through armor and the like. You know, conflict has erupted above. Okie dokie. That will hit. You can see from the place where you hit him, the bones that look very fresh begin to dust and decay around where your strike was left. Very, very small mark compared to the rest of him. But you can tell your damage is effective. They are susceptible to their own blades. Why, yes. Yes, it does. He's reeling with the blows, starting to take small steps backwards toward the door that is open. And another 13 striking down upon him. I don't either. It's not, which is stupid because it was earlier today when I loaded stuff. As you guys can see, you have rings from when I put your tokens on this level. I will try to refresh here. Well, next person up considers their actions. All right, well, Augustine is up next, and I have reloaded. I don't know if the API may or may not kick in, so we'll see. Yeah. Certainly. Wow. You guys brought your cheaty dice tonight. Damn. So that's like in a row, 6. Roars and hisses. The skeletal form. You start to see some of the chips falling. Some of the damage from Lucifer's strikes combined with your Eldritch Blast have definitely taken out some ribs and other forms, but he still stands. What was that, sorry? I am curious as to whether or not your blasts are knocking him back into the hall. Okay, and did you just move out of the attack range of the other skeletal knight? You just moved your square. Of course, you have taken all the good rolls. All right, continue. Indeed, he is. Attacks plural. The surprise round, he only got one. It certainly is. Well, your turn is next, and you can definitely brace your shield. Like, that's a freebie. But yes, he does have 3 slashes coming at you as he's quite angry. Only one is going to be leveled actually at Jacques. 2 are going to be leveled. Well, he's going to split them up. All of you heard him. Each of you gets a slash. Like Oprah handing him out. And that's going to go north to south. So first one to Lucifer, second to Augustine, third to Jacques. He will roar in anger as Jacques is able to take his turn. He will not be moving from his post. Whiff. Ooh. Piece of candy. Wow. If you are moving with her and attacking, yes. If you are just moving, she's light enough that you can carry her without impediment. So that depends on your actions. If you are only moving, you can move freely as you will. Okay. All right. Well, you've arrived just in time to be attacked by the other skeletal knight, if that is the end of your turn. By all means. The blade is raised. Ooh. Well, that's going to make things more difficult for him. So if I'm not mistaken, he has to save to be able to even attack you, eh? Let's see. Any creature who targets the creature with an attack or spell must make a wisdom save. Must Choose a new target or lose the attack. All right, well, what please is your save DC? 15. Well, he's trying. Urgh. Lovely. Arg. So he will lose the attack and try to maneuver himself closer, so if he fails again, he might be able to slide it over to your friend. But he first must make a save to see if that happens. He is forced to put his blade at Augustine instead. Whiff. Otherworldly hiss. And Dulcinea is next up in the order. Abbott is next in the order. We will see what the good Commodore has in store for us. I think it would be, wouldn't it just be exactly the same? We can. Very clearly. Welcome. Loud and clear, sir. That is an unconscious woman wearing Calaman armor. Leaned against the wall by your friend Jacques before he spurred back up the stairs. How kind of you. Can confirm. Looks very, very decrepit and chips out of the bones and stuff, where the other guy is really kind of barely hurt at all. Abbott will focus on hurt guy. $10 plus -5. You can't sharpshooter with Waltz. I know it's just a button click. But a 10 will not strike that skeletal knight. Whiff. Your dagger will strike him, though. is looking more decrepit with every strike. Still standing. Lots of cracks and dust and chips taken out of him. I would say probably wavy lays. Oh yeah. Yeah, the what were they called again? What was the other name you had for them? Yes, the Karen ass chips. Yeah. Karen ass taco. And is Walt summoned to be working of its own volition, or are you bringing that forth just for your visuals there? Mr. Commodore? What's huh? Oh yeah, I was just wondering about the summoning of the token, if Waltz was separate from you or still held. And as a follow-up question, if that will be... Alright, cool. Sent it away. Alright, and will that then be all for Commodore's turn, or do you have more in store? Do a little jig. You can do a jig, Dulcinea, because it's your turn. You can tell upon your approach that she is breathing. She is definitely still alive, just unconscious for the moment. You do not see any open wounds. To discern further would require some kind of medicine check of sorts, but nothing right away on the surface. She's wearing Calaman armor. Her hair is not very well combed. All right. Well, you can tell that she does. She looks a little bit pale, probably pecked, probably hungry, worn, exhausted, but she looks otherwise to be in fine health. Again, just unconscious. You can damn well try, sir. Well, what do you want to do? It's a gentle tap with my mace. um, just want to have a look here real quick. Why is this lagging so much? Oh my god. Um, I'll go ahead and let you use your medicine for it. You know, that way you can apply a wake the fuck up attack for 82 damage. Only 3 is radiant. All right. You do not, but she starts to stir, eyes flicker. She coughs, looks up at you. High Priest, what are you doing here? Wait, where am I? She looks down at herself. Have I died? Ah, The Red Dragon Army. We were captured. I, with a few others, were brought to Dark Castle. I can't remember much after that. I thank you. I think she she will hold out her hand for your assistance, and she will start to stand. She is now standing. Brushing herself off, she's wide-eyed. She still looks a little bit terrified, and she's looking around at this ruined castle around her, still looking very confused. Your what? Oh, your nary crash. Yes. She looks at it questioningly. I am not sworn to carry your burdens. But she is curious as to why you're giving her a backpack. Oh no. The Citadel. That means Calaman is under siege? She responds with a heavy sigh. She puts on the Nary Crasher. How does it work? This this rope here? She she nods. And she checks at her waist to see that her sword belt is empty. She says, I do feel better. Surely you could use another hand in the fight. She will take your mace. She says, well, actually, I am quite better with the crossbow. She nods, clicks it. She now looks at you with a determined face, no longer surprised or in shock. Where is the enemy, High Priest? She will nod. She will step aside and say, well, after you. What's that? Well, in the initiative turn order, you should see her real name, even though you didn't ask for it. You don't? Really? It's Amelia Gallin. Oh, weird. Well, because they're not part of your. They're like not in your journals or whatever. Yes, definitely so. After all of that exchange, that does mean that we will cycle up to the top of the order, where one Lucifer de Malay awaits. How dare you? Just barely, sir. And it's reeling, and it looks very, very haggard. Whiff. As you. Yep. Oh. Damn. Well, if you could see, there would be blood and an X and stuff. As you shatter the form into skeletal bits, it is not a skeleton that falls, but now a pile of bones that is strewn across the floor. With your mighty slash. They're not bad. Alrighty. Well, that brings us to Augustine. Pew away. Hit. Miss. Hit. Right? All right. He will hiss as the blasts take away, flaking away some chips off of the bone. He said, no push. All right. Amelia is trying to move up the stairs, but looks like she'll have to wait as Dulcinea blocks her way. Jacques is up next. He's flailing, and ooh, really? Ah, well. That was a really good roll on your part. Oh, in what direction are you going to trip him? Yeah. Oh, very nice. He will now be prone. Ooh, ouch. Well, you have advantage on that strike, but it doesn't matter because either way, awesome hit for 12. Well, he's going to start by being upset at being on the ground and alleviate that situation. And he is dead set on hurting Jacques, so he will direct his strikes there. In a fury, slashing away. The necrosis does not feel good. Enjoy the black spider webs in your skin. Yeah, the API isn't working for blood splatters and circles of happiness. Which figures, because it was working earlier when, like I said, I put you guys on this map in advance, assuming you'd go up the stairs, and it worked fine then. So whatever. Alrighty, Dulcinea is going to be next. Huh? Whee! From your vantage point, looking beyond Abbott and the Skeletal Knight, you would be able to see Jacques looking a little bit worse for wear. It's just a flesh wound. Your arm's off. I'd rather not. Sacred flame. Mew. He is going to take the full amount of your radiant damage. Wow. Incredible. Reeling from energy blasts from all sides. Too much hand blasting. He's starting to wear away. Amelia braces herself against the wall to let you pass. Takes the opportunity to move up. Shrieks at the sight of the Skeletal Knight. Yes, sir? Oh, wow. Didn't you already give her your extra mace and crossbow? Yes. She gives you a curt, tight-lipped nod and grimaces her teeth to turn back to the battle ahead. Will that be all, good High Priest? All right. Commodore, you and Waltz are up next. Shake up, boss. This poor knight who you guys trespassed upon is now surrounded. I mean, if you can convince him of that. And that's definitely going to hit. Oh, for 21. This poor guy. Not going to be able to take many more of those. And the dagger will also strike true. Didn't appear so. But nor did he resist the necrotic damage from the innervating blade. Well, at least the other guy. This guy hasn't been hit with one of those, but the other one was. Dagger, strike. You. Abbott is typing. Lots of typing. Alrighty then. Back at the top of the order. Lucifer stands. Now, perhaps with 2 innervating blades, or did you pick up the other one? Amongst the pile of bones. Okay. Fair. Okie dokie. For the sake of space here, I'll put Walt's kitty corner to you guys there. Unfortunately, no. That one will. Yes, yes. And now he looks barely able to hold his blade aloft. Most of his form has been cut down or shattered or otherwise broken by your assaults. Not likely be able to withstand another strike such as you just leveled. But being surrounded, he has no choice but to stand and continue to fight. Will that be all for Lucifer? All right. Well, Sir Augustine, thou art up next. Well, let's see how your first one does. That will not hit. That will not hit. The wall behind him now has been blasted a number of times. It's crumbling. Ooh, 28's going to hit. It'll do. Oh, there's no happy blood spurt or X. Brar, another pile of bones will shatter before you. For what? I mean, so the forms will coalesce as he reappears. He will point at you, Augustine, and say, "You will be mine." New initiative. Indeed. He was fully anticipating his return and is ready to cause harm / possession. Good ask. Oh, I should roll an initiative for her. And for the tiebreaker, I will give to Jacques. No, but also good ask. Well, you actually didn't he actually get to possess somebody in your game? I think I remember you saying that. Whereas, I bet that definitely tracks. And only our good Commodore Abbott remains for an initiative roll. Lots of typing. For real. Oh, that's the second time in a row. Yeah, two ones in a row for initiative. Well, Abbott is content to let the rest of the party act first. And I'm sure, of course, you can anticipate Sir Augustine. DC 15. Nuh-uh. It hasn't shown up for me yet. Wow. Damn, sir, you were prepared for his return. That would be awesome. In Mother Russia. It certainly is. Oh, I. What was that meta? Oh, because he's a ghost? Yeah. Your sword strikes true, slashes through his ghostly form. It will ripple a bit, and you see no effect. Hit him. Those were awesome strikes. Uh, Two other things, yes. Hmm. Fair. All right. Well, Sir Augustine, you felt the pressure on your mind and resisted. It was a strong breeze, at least. An 18 is going to hit. A 28? Oh, that's going to miss, but your 18 was good. Uh, Let me edit a character sheet real quick here. Has nothing to do with what you're doing right now. Okay, continue. His wail in response is otherworldly. Sounds like it's coming from the windows, from the doorway, from the stairwell, all around you. His cry in response as he is hurt. All right, well, Jacques. Hooray. I will give you a free insight check before you take your action if you like. Yes. Give him the finger. Your attempt to trip with your flail, while very effective on the skeletal knight, your chain will just simply pass through his ghostly form. It doesn't appear that this ethereal being can be tripped. That actually is going to hit. Amelia is in shock at seeing the one who possessed her. She's going to be wide-eyed. She's going to move into the stairwell and shoot with a crossbow. And will miss. And ignore that it says Caradoc. That's just the character sheet she's attached to from before. Amelia. Bedelia. You did, but she doesn't like the form that possessed her body, and she recognized, so she's trying to stay out of reach. Shot him with the crossbow instead, but missed. She will nod, and she will step forward while she pulls the mace given to her by Dulcinea, which will be ready on her next turn. Dulcinea, you are up next. And Caradoc, meanwhile, is leveling you with insults, Jacques, and speaking in the Solamnic verse. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to translate the unkind things he says about your parents and your heritage. That's a clever use for it instead of writing like people use that mostly for like writing scripts. script, like for movies? He doesn't want to. Suck it, he says in Solamnik. And our good Commodore Abbott will be the last to be able to act against him before he takes his next turn. If you move around to where he is, moving past your sword, you can grab it on the way by. Like you'd have to move around Jacques to essentially the left of Jacques there, but if you take that move, you can grab it on the way by. I'll consider that part of drawing on your attack. I was just going to say, it is a beautiful strike if it hits. Ah, and so it shall. You can see a ripple and a glow across his this ethereal form that the other weapons have not caused, striking him. I should say weapon singular. I think the other blade just passed through. Probably the first, I would presume. Yeah, I'll allow it for the first. So definitely solid strike there. Well, I guess. So Walt's very effective combating. Abbott is typing. Hmm. Branded. All right, well. Caradoc is going to try. And again, focused on Augustine because he doesn't like how formidable he is or has been banishing him and the like. Two attempts at a withering touch upon Augustine. Ouch. He is going to respond by whispering to Jacques, "Help me, knight." You're just looking for, yeah, Wisdom DC 15. Sweet. Can you please make an attack on Augustine? Yes. Mew. It was worth a try. Lucifer will be up next. Yep. It does. You'll see the same glow you saw when Abbott's waltz cut through. Okie doke. Those 2 strikes will then follow up and hit. His form has begun to dissipate considerably. His evil shrieks still echo with the same force. And Sir Augustine is up next. More hand blasting. All 3 of those are going to strike. I don't like his chances. As the blasts strike into him and the form dissipates, the spirit's last action will be to point at Augustine and say, I will see you again, foul knight. He is no more. Aw. Wah, wah, wah. Me too. But she's ready. Yeah, free inspiration. I don't recommend you just sit up here for an hour. Mm. There damn well should be a wall there. What the hell? Oh, does this page not have the... See, whoever makes these modules doesn't click all the right buttons. There we go. Now you shouldn't be able to move through the wall. It's one toggle switch that they could have checked when they made the page, but they didn't. Because they suck. And I presume Abbott will be coming with. Amelia definitely will. She's a Calaman soldier. Bloop. Aha. Welcome back downstairs, ladies and gentlemen. She was just hunched over. She's fully staying now. She stopped to tie her shoe. Hmm. I have a philosophical question for you. How would you define the word familiar? As in, object that is familiar to you. So, would you say you're familiar with Justin Bieber? All right, fair. Continue as you will. Very fair. So, you get a sense of a southwest direction from where you stand. And when you look, you see only a wall. You also see the Kinder vampire with a bat fluttering above next to him. The bat is telling him to push harder. The treasure will be ours. Quickly, before we're found. A letter from the Jarl, moving up in the world. Good thing Augustine didn't hear that. You promise we get the treasure? You dare threaten us? We don't have to share the treasure if we drain you, priest. Now we're talking. Ah, what a lovely tea party. Help us move the statue. You can take the treasure you want. Take the mirror. How about two? Worston-Kern. Ermagerd. So what will it be? Truce? Or do we fight over the treasure? These are coming from the bat, by the way. The vampire whom you've already met, you guys already have a good rapport with. He's looking, darting between the bat and Dulcinea, primarily. Dulcinea, of course, is bearing holy symbols. And we will have the treasure one way or another. You can help and take your mirror. Or we can take a moment to feast. Well, that might have been from before, actually, though. Unless you've, like, updated your stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I was just gonna... Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's weird. At least that matches up. Are you going to need your mace back, sir? Hiss. Young man. Vampires are real? She will shudder. No. I grew up in Calaman. And please, you guys should have control over that arrow there. Let me know which, where you're pointing said arrow. Chunk, 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 chunk. Yes, and after it had clicked that door open, it moved of its own volition back to face toward the west, or east. So it's now facing out that way. Yes. Around. Uh, they were moving it counterclockwise. They're trying to push it with, and they're both on one hand thing over here, but they're trying to push it around counterclockwise. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-tzz. There is a shaking. The walls tremble. You now reveal the door. So I'm going to assume, well, who all is joining Jacques in going into the treasure room there? The happy face? Counted for. Oh, there are a bunch of coins, and they look tasty. You're welcome to deal with whatever kind of internal struggles you have when you see the piles and the beauty before you. You got a natural one. They're going to be watching over your shoulders slash from behind. The coins are ours, you said. Take the mirror. We care not about some stupid paintings. Lucifer goes yoink yoink. Oh no, Abbott has run away. They are scenic paintings. Actually, can you roll for me a perception check? They're depicting scenes of the wastelands where you have been, but it is lush rather than dusty and desert-like. But you definitely recognize just a few of the landmarks, like, hey, that pillar looks familiar, sticking out the... before it was waste. So, just land. That which Lidara had encouraged you, Caradoc had whispered about before you destroyed him. You betrayed him. Yeah. He tried, you stopped him. Uh, um, are you doing that? Are you possessing the mirror for the group? I'm asking because you're moving your token around, and your friends might see also what is seen in the mirror, and that is potentially important. Yeah. So you're going to be by yourself. A voice behind you whispers, "Those are pretty scales," as you see a draconic form looking back at you. You see flashes of a tyrannical dragon. There are commoners who look woeful, pleading, who are put down. You see treasure hoard, large treasure hoard, hidden in a cavern below ground. Can you please make a wisdom save? The rest of you, you all hear echoing throughout the chambers here a deathly shriek coming from Augustine. Augustine, you take 19 psychic damage as you remember your entire past. You know who and what you were and can reconcile that against what you are now. You can share that with your friends or not. Ah, Jacques and Lucifer. You see Augustine screaming into a mirror that shows a reflected black scaled dragon looking back at him. No, they are watching, delighted, amused. Oh, yeah, they're enjoying the show. Augustine is a little bit paralyzed as he's going through a psychic or a mental crisis. Augustine, your full personality is reconciled in the way which you desire. You have spent a lot of time with these people. You remember flashes, sweet Petunia smiling up at you, the brave Jacques fighting down minions by your side. But you also feel a pull to take all the coins, to take anything shiny from all of these inferior beings around you, and simply leave. This isn't your fight, and you were drawn into this against your will. I don't want to say more because that is your story. But you're definitely going through a mental crisis and needing to reconcile your personalities, I would say probably sooner than later. The shrieking continues as you are in a little bit of paralysis. You can only breathe to scream more. Abbott, I don't know if you've been able to catch in between hopping around with technical difficulties, but Augustine is dealing with his personality complex. It is psychically painful and potentially dangerous. But Augustine, I leave that to you to reconcile as you start to. Oh, he had enough that he's like, oh, fuck this. I didn't sign up for that. Well, I mean, so there's I You should have known better, sir. You should have known. Out of game. Augustine in game wouldn't have any. He's just like, I'm pretty. I wish to see myself. And you don't see Augustine. Yeah, you have an entire life as a different being, and then being forced into. But all of the feelings that you have felt since in this human form are also true. Like you feel the camaraderie, you feel the joy in shared battle, you feel the tragedy in the loss of friends. It all kind of comes in on you at once. What's that? Sorry? Yes, it still happened. Those feelings are still there. Yes, you were forced into it by divinity. You may be bitter about that, or maybe you take it as a gift. What's that? Sorry? Not in here. No, you don't see him within range. Oh, there he is. He's talking to Amelia about how foul the undead are, and she's currently agreeing. Yeah, good luck with your friend. They're starting to just pick up coins, talk amongst themselves. They don't care about your problems now. Deal is a deal. Augustine, if it helps, you also feel something begging to be let out. You feel as if you are trapped. You feel something confining you in. Even though you're in a very wide open space, something is struggling and fighting along with those emotions that are tearing through you, warping your mind. You feel the resistance and know that you can influence it. Oh, well, your friends are waiting and watching. Everything's fine here. How are you? um, yeah, you're going to want to reconcile who you are before you can even make that suggestion to the others. You're in a crisis point, and there's a major fork in the road for yourself, the mission at hand, for your friends who are looking on concerned. And out of game, I'm sorry to spring that on you. I wasn't prepared for that to happen now either, but I was prepared for it to happen eventually. So, reap what you sow? As Augustine is speaking to you, his voice is deeper than he has spoken before. His eyes are radiating pure psychic energy. The color of his eldritch blasts, similar to the color of the cataclysmic flame. It appears Augustine is not completely himself as you know him, as he is demanding the Citadel after completing your task. He does not appear to be the happy, helpful, friendly Augustine that you have known. His face is contorting. Go ahead, sorry. Continue. Can you please make for me a wisdom save, Mr. Augustine? You are barely containing that which is trying to break out. You can continue to fight it, or you can let go. Nope, there's room. In this chamber, yes. Outside those doors, we'll talk about that if you get there. Okie doke. Not anymore. I mean, what? Hmm. As the rage boils. That's for you, Dulcinea. Yes, sir. So I'm not going to require a roll. You can tell he's sincere and bitter, but wrestling too with the other very real emotions. You can tell he's trying to bargain rather than just lashing out. And you can tell he's got veins popping out, his teeth are clenching. He's holding back. What? You don't know. You are take would be able to take him at his word though, as far as what he believes. If he's actually a dragon, you don't know that. But he thinks so. You are convinced. And his glowing eyes and clenched teeth are a little bit threatening, but he's still just a man standing before you, at least for now. Yes. A little bit, yeah. I would say on your clock, you're probably a good, well, maybe halfway through your clock ish. Everything was kind of an estimate as far as the doom to Calaman, but yeah, the clock is ticking. You've got a moment where you can still, like, this is kind of taking place during your rest, so you're still within that umbrella. Any action that takes place, or like if Dulcineas tries to banish him or something, that initiative roll will happen after your short rest, mechanically. But please carry on as you will. this group, I mean, they appeared to be good holy knights, but now they're dealing with both vampires and maybe an evil dragon in human form. Abbott is back. Abbott, did you just miss all of that? Was. Yeah. Your wedding is a sham. As a matter of fact, there is a small part of you that enjoys that. No. Okay, so Abbott, to catch you up, gosh, I don't want to take away from Augustine's agency to tell you, but in a nutshell, Augustine is having a mental crisis because when he looked into the mirror, he saw his own real past, realizing that he is an obsidian dragon who, after consuming a priest of Mishakal, was forced by Mishakal into a human form to be cooperative and helpful to the denizens of Ansalon, to not ask for payment, etc., to give up his hoard, to work against his will. Abbott says, yeah, sad face. So he's going through that crisis. He's now bargaining with the party through clenched teeth and angry glowing eyes. He wants the Citadel. He wants compensation for being forced into all of these actions. The loss of his hoard, the loss of his life. Oh, yeah. By again, supposed good God. That these all people. Now, this whole party has been praise Mishakal the whole time you've been with them. Very vocally. You can feel the sting of those words multiple times as those memories cascade over you. Yes. Who is defiantly opposing your request for tithing, if nothing else. Yeah, you guys are at a bit of an impasse in the moment. Continue as you will. Thank you for allowing for the brief recap for Abbott there. Something continues to tear at you from within, begging to be let loose. Hmm. Amelia clutches at Dulcinea, mutters "holy shit" under her breath, looks wide-eyed at him. You saw your true beauty finally, not the ugliness you've been encased in. I love Moon Knight. That's awesome. Very well. With the crisis averted, at least temporarily, welcome back upstairs. And Amelia is definitely not going to be leading the way. Ah, crap. No, don't hiss. I just wanted you in front of the door, and then I tried to like reposition you and wanted to reshape your. Anyway, long story short. Oh, you are welcome to while you guys are resting and moving still. Please do. You definitely had time. Oh, Lidara, yes. You would know it from their very retelling of their adventures. They had Paladine very specifically restore the lance at his temple. Hmm. I'm going to need an intelligence check to figure out the door handle. I kid. I'm kidding. Now, that Darret, okay, now, no one move. Frozen in time moment here. That Darret. Oh, no, no, no. You get to move, Jacques. You can move inside the door frame. It's just the energy barrier that shows up behind you that impedes the rest of the party from going through. Actually, let me call that a transparent, but it's still a wall. So they can see beyond it. But anyway, Jacques, you see Darret chained against the wall. What's that? Your token is right there. Well, with all the conversation about touching and feeling and stuff going on, that doesn't surprise me. So Darret is chained against the wall. He still wears the pieces of armor you weren't able to find. He still wears the colors of Calaman, but he also wears a crimson mask. Looks very beaten and broken. Is hanging on the wall there. I have to apologize. I don't remember all the pieces you found. He'd be wearing anything you didn't find. Okay, except the chest piece. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, he still has that chest piece on him. The rest has been torn asunder, some form or fashion. He is hanging limply, chained against the wall. You didn't see that. But out of game, technically, yes. Now, actually, technically, the other party members wouldn't be necessarily aware. Right. Um, you see a shimmering of force before you. It is nothing tangible you can see, and when you step away, the shimmering goes away. You can look through. You see Jacques approaching Darret. You cannot move past. And if you tentatively reach out to touch it, the shimmering will return with less intensity. There is some kind of barrier. Oh, sorry, there's an abbot underneath you. Um, but yes, definitely some kind of magical force. Meanwhile, Jacques Darret has been beaten and tortured within an inch of his life. He barely still breathes. He's definitely not conscious. A crimson mask. That just means his face is covered with blood. Yeah. It's a wrestling term. By God. Okay. Jacques, you know that voice, but you haven't heard it in some time. From beyond the barrier, only Abbott, among the other party members, is going to recognize her. And it does take a minute because he's used to seeing her with red hair and a big red beard. But he was also there at the fire that was discovered by Petunia with bits of hair and other belongings. If you stand and see her, you'll recognize her face, but not. You'll know who it is right on sight, but it takes you a minute to take it in, and it will be quite shocking and unnerving. But you won't need a roll because the voice mostly, you're like, wait, I know that voice. And when you turn and see her, you're like, oh shit, it's Brunhilde. And then you take in all of her and like, oh shit. Ah. Brunhilde will have advantage in this. That's not going to help you much. You hear a voice in your head that says, do not kneel before that filthy knight. In the hallway, Augustine and Abbott and Dulcinea and Lucifer, you guys are welcome to attempt to rally against the barrier or simply watch. You have certainly escalated from arguing over mushrooms together when this all began many moons ago. All right, that will give Jacques a free turn then. I'm just going to change your initiative here to 22, but that doesn't really matter. You're welcome to roll into initiative, yes, as you attempt to do things and stuff. Okie dokie. No retreat, no surrender. You inherited it when Arno died. Slash when you ran into the room first by yourself. Yes, our good Commodore Abbott has not yet rolled into the initiative. Well, he's the only one that intimately knows both of them, like from the beginning. Oh, what's her face? I left her behind too. Yeah, she's really, really confused. It's been weirdly the weirdest day of her life. And then some. So yes, Amelia is with you on the stairs. And I suppose I will go ahead and give her one of those. Yes. And Abbott couldn't handle the suspense. I imagine he'll be right back. No, you're okay. There've been a lot of stuff that just landed in your lap, sir, as you will. I am 100% fine with what the group wants to do. You can move forward with this confrontation moment. We can definitely start our next session right here. I'm going to 100% leave that up to you guys. Right? It's kind of early, but yeah, whatever. It's totally up to you guys. I'm here for the long haul or the short. So, amongst yourselves. Well, now that being said, too, like I am okay with holding off on the game until you return, especially right now with this happening. But also, how you guys want to play it out. I'm here for you. Yeah, there are lots of other games and tables, and Tuesdays we can do makeups or pits or whatever. We absolutely will not, though, leave you in the wind, Jacques. You're with us to the end, hopefully. I can't force you, but if you'll be with us, we will have you. You had a short rest. I have kind of a meta almost retconny, but during your rest, would you have had Augustine slash? I want to know what Augustine's dragon name is, by the way. We need to figure that out. But Augustine. Oh, what would you like to be called moving forward? But would he have distributed those potions of long rest or not? Okay. Of all the party members, the one that you gave it to is the high priest himself. I love it. So you're saying there's a chance. Not at all. I mean, okay, so there's a part of her. She has a decaying tooth. Is that enough to have it spell? uh, nope. Yep. Would you like to consider it for another month ish? You can't mount Darrett when he's chained to the wall. Well, I mean, you can, but we're going to have to talk about the viewer rating of the game at that point. Uh, the north door, yes. Um, Normal door like the others. These ones are simple, ancient wooden doors. Swings out of the room. Damn. You are just going to make her mad. She's like Mongo. No, no, don't shoot him. Do that, you only make him mad. Nope. Brunhilde will be blasted backwards into another shimmering wall of force and will return standing, no longer compelled. Okay, that is fine. Just so you know, moving forward from exactly this point on, the command of grovel is harmful to her, and she knows that. while you are raging, I am curious as to what's going on in the hallway because your friends will be able to do stuff as well. No, that's okay. Go ahead and get ready. You can start raging. I'm sure you're angry about it. uh, Augustine knows he's a dragon and has been. If you want to start another fight with Levi in the hall, I'm 100% with that. Dispel magic. For the description. Go for it. You believe that this shimmering wall is going to be up for quite a while. You don't know if your ally beyond will be able to last that long, if it comes to it. They are immune to damage. It does stretch into the ethereal plane. As far as you guys know, it's definitely filling up both of the doorways. The the dragon formerly known as Augustine. Thunderstep. So you've now agreed twice to receive the crown. Two Nights of Solamnia. Yes, sir. So you. Correct. Dulcinea will extend his hands and fire a flame like radiance. It is going to descends on a creature. This one, when you attempt to cast, you feel the charge of the magic. You then see the wall ripple in front of you. Sir Augustine, please make the dexterity saving throw to avoid being hit by the sacred flame. It is. Oh, no. I'm sorry. That's not for Brunhilde. That's for Augustine. Yes. All right. Go ahead, Dulcinea, and roll your damage. You see it reflect off of the open space in the doorway and then shoot toward Augustine. It comes down there instead of inside. Ripple hits, fires back, and it's actually shooting back toward you, but Augustine and Lucifer are in the way. And since Augustine failed to save, he's the one that gets it. I would have had Lucifer make the save next, and then yourself. It is. Well, that's good. But it still stings. That may also have you second guess your use of other things. Wait, define leave. Okay, you want to avoid the thunderstep. Gotcha. Fair. Wah wah wah. So you do have a roll of 12. It did roll the cold damage. All of your flail heads rolled. Yeah. That's what Jacques was referring to because it added it up to a total of 68 with all of them instead of one. Yeah. So you want to take that 11 plus the 12 plus the 7, I think. So a total of 30. Whee! Oh. um, Brunhilde, is your face visible? Okay. Oh, the command grovel won't work with you because you know it will lead to pain. But he can. No, it's a matter of the command word. You won't do an act that you know is harmful to yourself. He can command you to do something else, like stand back or something. It's a chain of events. When you had her grovel before, you smacked her in the face. Yeah, that's all. Chain of events. Whoa, dude. That's harmful to her pride. She knows that to grovel will result in harm. So you can command her to like move away, to drop a weapon or something. She won't listen to grovel. Kind of, yeah. I will allow Augustine to make the choice. If you believe that Brunhilde will willingly grovel, knowing what might happen, by all means. But it's up to Brunhilde. Yeah, certainly. Well, you get a wisdom save, don't you? You have advantage because of Takhisis whispering in your ear not to, but still susceptible. Okay. Oh, she's not going to stop. Okay. They were moved there against their will. Yes. If Abbott and Dulcinea are not doing a thing. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Oh, damn. Is that with? Go ahead. So that would either be 07 or 70. Yeah. She's definitely hurt. Yeah. What does that mask look like, sir? I think it just, yeah, it just says you're ignited. Oh, damn. Ugh. He was just north of you. Yeah. Ooh. Brunhilde is welcome to go through her own crisis if she likes. She will see both the positive interactions she's had with these people, but also once again hear the whispered words of "they will never believe you," Arno's smiling face, that which pushed her away to begin with. So it's really on her. Dulcinea and Abbott have been rather quiet. That's fucked up. That's because Augustine was secretly a dragon and didn't know it. Yeah. Yeah. No. That's the problem, is it's really up to her. The fire's gonna burn him. You can. Wee. You have resistance to bludgeoning. Brunhilde, there's not a corpse for you to attack. Your finishing blow creates a blinding flash of light. A pillar overtakes Jacques, and he's no longer there. There's not. The wall of force is no longer there. However, that is where we are going to end our session. So Jacques gets to wait almost a month to find out what Beam of Light did to him. Indeed. Oh, yeah. You're welcome to that, yes. Not before the damage is affected, so you do get. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's a tricky existential question.